Yo, let's just get started. So I am excited. We're about like 10 levels away from finishing the swamps. Last night I repainted this room because all the rooms were identical. I didn't really want to put things in them because, you know, they're only 3x3 spaces, which means that something is likely to spawn in them, or is possible for something to spawn in them procedurally. But if I start cluttering it up, it makes it less and less likely for each room to contain anything procedural. So I wanted to keep this base version the same, but I didn't like that you couldn't tell the rooms apart from one another, so I really just made their floors look different. And not dramatically different, but different enough so that, you know, to give you some sort of intuitive sense of direction, which is what all I was really going for. So this one is like mostly grass and brick, whereas this one is mostly, it has like a dirt path through it, and this one is all grass and brick versus this one that is almost completely dirt. So anyway, it's the little things that help players orient themselves in level design, and so I'm just trying to be nuanced in my work there. So I've been hemming and hawing over what to do with this space. This is a very distinct 4-room setup, and like, what's up, Tucker's Torment? Good to see you. And like replacing one of these rooms, I feel like wouldn't have that much of an impact. Same with like replacing half of them. And so I think I've had the most success, honestly, with going for the biggest replacements possible, so that from the outside these rooms look pretty similar to one another, but once you get in them, that's when the real dramatic differences show themselves. And I think it's like part of the formula that I think is working about this new approach to Barony's procedural level generation, of having all these submaps, is that when you see a room from the outside, you know, you have some preconception of what might be in there, but you really can't know until you get in there. And I think that's like, I think that strikes a careful balance between like surprise and pattern recognition that makes the specific RNG formula work, which maybe I'm in my head too much about it, but like, I legitimately think it's better to have that where the outside it looks familiar and the inside is different, rather than just have the whole thing look unfamiliar. If to put it another way, your brain is going through 2 steps of expectations instead of 1, and so I think the apparent variety is actually greater. Like the number of possible surprises feels greater, even if the amount of content is not greater, if that makes sense. So I'm going to continue that, and so with this one, I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to make it, well, first off, let's select the floor and copy it. Absolutely makes sense. Well, thank you for that, Tucker's Torment. I really appreciate that. I really do. So let's do a new and make it a 10 by 10. 10 by 10. You know, it may sound funny to say this, but I'm an experienced level designer. Like, I was a lead level designer at a well-known game studio just about 2 years ago, and I left. You know, I was doing a good job there, and I loved it. I loved the game we were working on, but I left. And but I'm still learning every day about level design, and not level design necessarily every day specifically, but I'm just learning a lot as I go. I didn't like how that turned out. Let's try this again. Swamp 22. We're gonna copy this. Copy. New. 10 by 10. Am I gonna get to keep my copy paste? No, it looks like it's... Oh, I need to do 9 by 9. That's my bad. I should put 9 by 9. I forget that there's walls on both sides. Okay, so this is the floors. We're gonna go ahead and save this right away as Swamp 22A. And right now, all I'm doing is trying to get away with doing as little work as possible. So we'll go back to Swamp 22. We'll copy the middle, which which isn't much, but this will be faster than doing it by hand. Fill. Okay, we'll save this again, and then we'll open 22. Now, if you're wondering why I'm not just going over here and copying this window, it's because it won't work. The clipboard doesn't work between windows in the editor right now. So this is a minor compromise. All right, there we go. So now what we have here is a completely copy-pasted. I don't know why I haven't been using this technique the whole time. I just realized something. The doors are on the left edge. If I put the doors where they're supposed to go, which is right here, 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 and here, wow, that's a lot of here's, then the game will actually think that the doors are east-west facing because they're on the east-west edge of the maps. And that will create problems. And so I've actually got to redesign this level a little bit to account for that. And that simple redesign looks like this. We just moved all the doors one tile over. It's a little bit of a shame to compromise the design this way, but I think effectively the design of the rooms stays the same. The experience of moving through the rooms stays very much the same. We're not really losing anything. Let's do another copy paste here, because this will only overwrite the tiles that I want it to. Okay, I believe we've corrected the problem. Let's go ahead and take a quick wander through. Let's put some logs over top. Do we want to put logs over top? It would be these 4. Yeah, I think that gives some, again, it adds to the sense of direction as you move from one room to the other to have the top of the door jamb change. So we'll go ahead and keep that. And now we'll put the doors back in. I'm not 100% how you level design works, but you could have something of an air block surrounding the interior section so doors aren't on the edge. I mean, I don't want to misinterpret what you're saying. What I've done is I've added, well, I guess, so that's what we have here, right? So there's one block separating the outside of the map edge from this door, but because I'm replacing all of this interior right here, then now this is the new size of the replacement part of the submap. It means that I can't have more edge outside of this. So if I made this map larger, it would actually offset where this map gets placed by increasing the total size of the map. If that makes sense. Gotcha. Okay. All right, we gotta replace these torches. That's something we haven't done yet. I actually like this new torch placement better with the doors moved. Okay, then we'll do this business. So doing the submaps this way will allow me to keep this sort of 4-quadrant design for when I think it would make it more interesting, but it'll also allow me to easily betray it if I want to. And have like 2 rooms on top, 1 big room on the bottom. I could have the whole thing be more open air with like a big bridge platform in the middle. So there's going to be some easy ideas to express as I go through this. But the fact that there is doors on the top left and bottom right, as well as water going starting on the centers on all sides, is a part that I will want to remain faithful to as I make variants. So, variant 1 is done. Let's do one more quick exploration through here, because I added the torches and doors. Perfect. Alright, so now we're going to do map B. And this one is completely new for me. I started the stream a little later than I wanted because I was watching a new player stream, Barony, and it's just really fun to watch. I always love watching new players. What if I did something like this? Placeholder in some dirt. Actually, no, let's place a holder in a platform in the middle instead. We know we're having this and this. Those walls are already accounted for. I just realized that I've doubled up on these edges here. Let's correct that. It's gonna look bad. See, we've got this sort of plus sign shape where the doors are on the edge, and it's gonna be two of these yellow logs in a row. So I'm gonna just go ahead and replace these with swamp pillars, because they're not going to be connected directly to any doors anymore. They were previously, which is why I had them like that. And then we'll make the water level ones like this. Okay, and then the ceiling level. What did I do? Okay. I have to get rid of some pillars, y'all. We can do another one like that, that's fine. We'll sub in some smaller rocks. Here, 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 and here. Okay. Looks like I caught that before I had to find it in testing, which is always nice. Let's do a quick run around this to make sure I didn't miss anything obvious. These doors have their yellow logs as they should. Actually, speaking of those doors, I can make these like this and this. Let's do that. Okay. Alright, we got pillars, we got water. Pillars and water, pillars and water. Okay. Alright. Dodged that problem. Now again, this is B. Let's reopen A just to make sure. Yeah. So that was correct. That would have been two yellows in a row, and we wouldn't tolerate that. All right. So big platform in the middle. Do we like that? Sort of a question of the day. Choose to make all of this water, honestly. So it's like a big floating island surrounded by a wall on all sides. Actually, no, these would be here and here, wouldn't they? I'm looking at the submap. Let's make this grass. Get rid of all this. Let's start with nothing here. It's funny, the first thing I want to do is to put a fountain in here, but I've done that for a lot of these, and I don't want to be a one-trick pony with fountains. I could do a tree in the center here, and then put torches here and here. We could just leave this be so that looks a little bit silly. How about that? No, that looks even sillier. By adding that tree in the middle, I've effectively disqualified anything from ever spawning here. So instead of doing that, let's just put pillars on the corners. You can see there's a lot to balance. Like, every choice has like a consequence. I guess just like a game does. Maybe I put this here. Do something like, So the reason why I did that is so that I could put pillars in all four corners. Let's put these torches on the pillars instead of on the edges of the room. I think I like the vibe of this room. Broadly, it's a nice general navigation difference between the other one. And it still leaves room for some stuff to spawn. Let's go ahead and save that and move on to the next one. We don't need to dally. See, we can always make more, you know? The variety will only help. Okay, so let's kind of start from the basis of the previous one, but instead of 4 small rooms, let's make one big interior room. Acknowledging we have a center on each side to be concerned with. If we don't block these off, then this will be enterable from the sides, and I think for this idea I don't want that. So we could do something like this instead. And allow the river to go in another layer. Sort of like an X-shaped room. It's not something we do often. So it will feel special, I think. Let's bust out our floor brick. So at minimum, something of this size is what I'm thinking. But I think we can fill it out to this and then put a pillar like right here. So you open the top left or the bottom right door and you enter a big space like this. I mean, this is kind of neat. I think I do want trees instead of pillars though, so that we can have a canopy roof. And we'll do a grass floor for a lot of it. And again, I might just leave this one open so that it can spawn whatever it wants. So now we got a quite interesting little island. I don't know if this may not feel like an island. When the player actually encounters it. Because they'll just have these two rivers leading in. It's just a 2 wide water gap, which kind of means nothing. Let's put torches here and here, and torches here and here, and then I guess inside here we can afford to put like a fireplace under this tree. Actually, let's put it under the most canopied tree, because like if I was an adventurer, I would be camping under the tree with the most coverage, you know. Chair nearby there without disrupting our 3x3 open space. Okay. So there's some feature in this room. Always. do map D. Now I think we'll start getting a little more clever with what we do with this stuff, rather than just making fun scenery. just realized I've been talking with my mic off. So the previous room was simply split in half, top and bottom, and then letting the level generator do the work. This one I'm going to make like a continuity between the bottom 3 rooms and not the top left room, so that there's like a courtyard kind of thing. So you'll enter in the courtyard from the top left, or you can come into the rear entrance to the house in the bottom right. I call it a house, but I want one to feel like indoor and the others to feel like outdoors. That's sort of the premise I'm going for. So if we were to put roofs, it would be something like this. I think I need a wall right here. Like that. And like this. So that's what creates the continuity of the water between the outside of the map and the inside of the map, while letting the inside be completely kind of independent as far as all that's concerned. Put like a spooky goblin on this one. So this is the entrance to our mighty fort. Gosh, did I put that on the wrong layer again? I did. There. This is more the speed I'm looking for. Let's put like real wood floors in here. I think we'll have at least 2 separate rooms. Floors to make it feel extra fancy. Okay, so if we block in this one room, that actually allows us to put a monster in here, which is always fun. Might seem silly, but like the opportunities to put monsters in these rooms are not something I can take for granted, because the monsters can always escape. And so like the idea of having a room that feels intentionally designed to have a foe in there is like fairly rare. So let's walk around the space we've made. So this connects directly to this courtyard. I don't really like the feel of this. I'll go ahead and make this a wood floor as well. It doesn't really sell any idea with that generic mossy brick. I say generic, I just mean like that's what I'm using all over the swamps for non-natural ground. Vines and stuff. Like, yeah. We can put some vines on these walls as well. Vines. Yeah. Okay. So now we just kind of got to decide what we want these rooms to feel like. What's up, Ink? How you doing? I see you changed your chat color. Cool chat color, LOL. It changed on its own? Oh, that's odd. Okay. Well, I didn't change it. So there. Let's put some decorative ceilings in place. Like so. We can have some continuity between them here. Is slightly better than it was. Had a nightmare. A hostile video. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. It's never any fun. Okay, let's go ahead and make this like a kitchen up here. We can do a sink and a fireplace. Running from an amnesia monster, like from the game, I assume. Can put like a chest facing north here, or we could have it facing south right next to the sink. I kind of like it facing north though, so it's hiding a little bit behind this wall. Actually, I wonder if I shouldn't. I did hear about the recent news. Honestly, in prior times I would have been like, whatever, who cares? But now I don't feel that way. I feel like, well, and just we don't have to be coy about it. I'm pretty sure we're both talking about the death of Queen Elizabeth. Yeah, in the past I would have been like, whatever, like monarchies are stupid, like good riddance. But I feel differently than that now because I don't take for granted anymore that things are just useless, especially things that have like a long like a long history in humanity. Like everything, every societal development that humanity has gone through has been hard fought, you know, like, and I think it'd be a mistake to take any of those things for granted or throw them under the bus as like, you know, preposterous, outdated ideas that don't warrant any consideration. That's just not something I do anymore. Not to say that there aren't institutions that are outdated and deserve to be torn down. There certainly are, but I guess my point is that before those institutions, a lot of times things were worse. And so I'm not so judgmental about them. And even in the modern day, I think that the monarchy served a certain cultural purpose, and there might be better alternatives to that, but I also don't think we're very good at determining what those things that are better are, if that makes sense. We all have our own sort of like judgments, like our own moral judgments about what we think is better. But even those are kind of informed by like our own perspective and the privilege of hindsight and things like that. So anyway, all's just to say that I think the passing of Queen Elizabeth is worth mourning. And maybe it's just you know, the passing of an outdated institution, but maybe it's something more than that, and I think it's worth. She at the very least was doing her best to represent the best of that institution, and to that end, I honor her life. She had a good run. You started to doubt it was even possible. Yeah, I mean, something that lasted so long, it's kind of hard to imagine, like, where it's, like, when something that's been around, like, 50 years longer than even you have, or any of us have, you start to wonder, like, is it eternal? Like, is this what we put up with for, forever? Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that's according to me, my nuanced take. I say according to me because not everyone is going to agree with it, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and put like a table in here. Drop the subject so it doesn't turn into a political stream? Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I tried to keep my coverage of the topic pretty broad because I'm not trying to endorse a specific set of political ideologies. More just like, I think it's good to acknowledge that it's really easy for everyone to think that they're like the smartest. Like, oh yeah, we're the enlightened generation. And I don't take that for granted anymore, that I'm from an enlightened generation. I'm a product of my time, and there's going to be good things about that and bad things about that. And that's the best I can do. Okay, so we put like a bunk room here. We need another table up here, in my opinion. And we can put an enemy in here because he's trapped. Let's hide another lover right here, just in between the beds. I think that's more fun. Put a chair here, and here, and here. Actually, let's put another table here, but let's make it like a work table, like that. Okay, fun. All right, we took this big old map and made like a little manor out of it, which was kind of the goal. I could probably make a lot of things out of this room because I've taken such a big chunk of it and made it procedural with a submap. But let's drop it for now because we got other maps to move on to. Let's make sure we're all saved up and go to Swamp 23. Okay, speaking of fortresses, getting rid of these outdated water tiles. We can save that first of all. Alright, so this is one of the few swamp locations that has, you know, something very distinct in it and noteworthy. This sort of castle. It's really cool. So I'm tempted to, I mean, I could just replace the entire island. That would be probably that'd probably be the most logical thing to do. So the premise of the room as a whole is to be a moat that surrounds something. And it could be a moat that surrounds a forest grotto. It could, with a fountain in it, it could be a moat that surrounds a couple of goblin huts. It could be a moat that surrounds a castle, or it could be a moat that surrounds anything else. So let's say the island is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, so we're going to say new BA, and we're going to call it 9 by 11. Okay. Oops, we're going to do that and change that. We're going to call 11 by 9. Of course. Alright, and we're going to save that as variant A, Swamp 23A. Let's make sure that this is indeed Swamp 23. It is, of course. I like to double check. And we're going to go back to Swamp 23 and copy the rooms, or the wall level. Let's, we have functional everythings. Alright, now we're just gonna we gotta recreate the sprites. Yeah, and this is a good example of one of the rooms in the game where you almost never fight these goblins outside of this castle because the gate prevents them from pathing out unless something steps on the trap that opens this gate door. And for any monster to do that, it would have to explicitly path onto this tile here, tile 8-3. And the only reason why they would do that is if they're heading to this tile, just this tile. So I think the Barony map is like 40 tiles by 40 tiles, so it's very, very big. Real quick, let's open up Swamp. 40 by 40. Okay, so that's what, 1,600 tiles? So out of 1,600 tiles in this map, it has to pick that one tile for a monster to go to there. Which is extremely unlikely. And the alternative is that it could go to any one of these other 6 tiles and then like path across. Again, incredibly unlikely for that to occur. So, I mean, it's more likely than 1 in 1,600, but it's pretty low likelihood that a monster is going to do that. So what that means is this gate never opens until the player deliberately walks up to it. So I don't know if that, if you guys benefit from that lecture at all, but point being, the gate prevents these goblins from escaping and doing other things other than sit here and be something to fight in these rooms. So that's cool. Let's look at the direction these chests are facing, south and south. That's just fine. So we will just replace them. Perfect. And now we have a perfect recreation of Swamp 23A. And now we can replace all of this with all of this island with map tiles that will get replaced. We have our big moat map. Let's get rid of all the sprites while we're here. The trap being within the submap area means that we're not beholden to any mechanisms other than the direction of the drawbridge. Or bridge. It's not really a drawbridge because it just sits there. Alright. Now map 23 is now completely dynamic and it will accept as many variants as we create. So let's make our own. Actually, real quick, I'm going to replace some of the ground tiles here with more grassy ones. I feel like this castle would look better with wood floors instead of these stone ones. Or maybe 2 different kinds of floors, so that there's a little more visual variety in what's going on here. Try all 3 and see how it looks. So, one of the things I can do to improve this transition is to put grass on the bottom here, like so, so that when you transition over this grassy, mossy brick, it has a cleaner transition there on the bottom. And if we go right, then it leads to this nice wooden floor, and on the left, we have this mossy room, which is like, it's fine except for the walls are so clean. This is the style of floor at the minimum that I would want to replace it with, but even that looks like really rich colors, so I don't know. I think actually here, I've got an idea. Let's do this and then make this a stone floor, like a gray stone. There you go. It would make sense for different rooms in the castle to have different types of flooring, but not completely different genres of flooring. So, you know, these castles are wood and stone, and so now all the floors are wood and stone, and that makes perfect sense. All right, that is a big improvement in my humble opinion. So let's go ahead and save that. And then open up B. Start by having a different edge to this island. Maybe start with a grass exterior or grass ground. We're going to get rid of all the sprites, of course. Having like some goblin huts on here I think would be cool. Gotta say, really like how you tend to use the blessed assets more now. Time levers, for example. That's cool. Yeah, I don't use them a lot, but I do use them. Okay, so I'm gonna try to make like a village, a goblin village out over here. I don't really like how narrow this building is. It kind of has to be that narrow though. Unless I want to... I guess I could move this down. And then this one can be one wider, but... Tried painting the ground with this conceit that this is what we want. And then we'll have grassy interiors for these. Do the four corners as usual. Yeah, this is nice music. I agree. think out in front of the villages it would make sense to have a fire pit. Or, yeah, in front of the huts. So let's put a fire pit right here. And then we're going to have... a door on your hut. That might be the only door we use. I just want this to look like a collection of primitive homes. What's up, Nerman? Seeing you plenty on the Discord, but it's good to see you pop into a stream. Hello. Welcome. Me doing good. You know, I could use some inverted portcullises here and here so that they at least have door frames. There'll be a little bit of portcullis gate visible, which might seem a little silly, but I think that's okay. I think the overall the effect of having the door frame will help it feel much more like an interior, even if there's like virtually nothing in there. I don't even think I'm gonna put anything at all in there. There's like what could I put in there that would make sense? Like even an item would just make the room feel smaller. Of chairs, but otherwise keep that intact. Let's have a west-facing chest, and this is sort of like the boss room. Make this a patch of grass, like to imply that maybe the goblin sleeps in the grass. Might seem silly, but honestly, with any luck, this goblin will come out of this room and break open the door. Which will give it the look I honestly want. There's no way to make it, for me to make a door frame. It just has nothing, which is kind of kind of what I want. Here, you can have gold. We'll have an item here. Let's go ahead and do the same thing. This one can have a grass patch. You doing new rooms for the generator? I'm not really remaking the old ones. I am adding new variety to the existing ones. So making sure this is saving as B. It is. So like if you look on the left, you can see the master map that has this moat. You may have seen this castle in the game on the right. And so this map already existed in the game. It's just this smaller castle piece replaces everything that has these map squares in it. And so with these two maps right here, the left side of the screen and the right side of the screen, they just combine to create the same map that you're familiar with. But now I'm also creating a different submap that can generate where instead of a castle that generates here, it will be like this little goblin village. So it's a combination of old stuff and new stuff. I'm going to actually designate this a food chest. I think that we're going to call it a food chest. Goblins would be the type to sleep in the grass. That's right. Maybe that's why their skin is green. It's because they roll around in the grass all day. I'm trying to think if this little goblin village needs anything else. We have a food chest. We have a random chest with a goblin in it. We have tables which may or may not spawn items on them. We have a campfire out front. And I guess I could put a torch in here. Anything else that would belong here? I don't think so. I mean, in theory, I could have like a well out here. I don't know. Yeah, let's just put a sink there. Okay, that's good. Goblins are the grass. Yeah, so I've been working on so I've increased the number of maps that are in the mines by about 200, and now I'm doing the same thing for the swamps, and I'm doing that by adding at least 5 variants for every existing room in the game, and there's about 30 to 34 per tile set, and so effectively multiplying that number by 5 and then adding a few more, just as I whim, as I feel like it, results in about, 6 times the variety of maps as what you're used to in the game right now. So I am on map number 22, or is it 23? 23 of the swamps, which means I only have like 10 to go before I'm completely done overhauling the swamps. Now, of course, I need to do some playtesting to make sure that the new maps actually make the experience good. I don't take for granted that it's better. I actually play it, and if it sucks, I change it, because I don't want it to suck. It sucking is bad, contrary to what some people might say. Yeah, this is an effective little gobbo isle. So let's do map C. Oh, I attributed that to Sheridan. Let's keep this map B and save it. Save as B, and then we're gonna change it to C, and then start working on map C. Too many shrubs for dinner. Yeah, maybe. I did alter one of the books in the game so that there is actually kind of like an implication that eating the vegetation in the swamps drives one crazy. It's not like it's not hard lore, like it's kind of open to, I leave it sort of open to interpretation, but one could suggest that those who are starving with desperation in the swamps attempt to eat the green stuff there, and that could make them lose their minds in various ways. Perhaps, just as a lore possibility, we'll put it that way. Okay, so now we have an empty island once again. I think I do want to make a forest grotto, sort of like a protected nature space, or something that was built deliberately to be tranquil and beautiful. And so the front, what is this? 1, 2, 3. The whole thing would be like encircled by trees, like so. I'm really thinking about making a trapdoor work in Barony Zoom mod, like teleport to another location on map or go to another map. What do you think is going to look more good? Well, I mean, what I do currently, like in Bram's Castle, or what Wall of Justice did in the Cockatrice lair, is that, yeah, it teleports you to another part of the map. So, for what it's worth, that's effectively what Duke Nukem 3D does every time that it moves your location for you. Like whenever you go in and out of water in Duke Nukem 3D, it's just teleporting you. But it also teleports projectiles, and so functionally in terms of gameplay, it's exactly the same as moving there deliberately. You know, for what it's worth. Let's go ahead and put like a nice path. That looks like a smiley face, but it's not. It kind of depends if you want to be able to travel back and forth between maps or not. Because Doom, just like Barony, all of the monsters are going to respawn if you go back and forth between maps. Whereas if you just have it another location in the same map, you could move back and forth between them freely, and then that would, you know, that you could effectively store your progress, I guess, for lack of another way to put it. I think I do want to have water here, and then maybe put a fountain right here. Something like that. Yeah, that makes sense. Never mind. Yeah, if you're talking about just the normal level transitions, then I think just like Ink said, taking it to another map would make the most sense. Okay, so I mean, for whatever this is worth, this sort of like peaceful little forest grotto with a fountain and a stream in the middle of it is very straightforward. But it's pretty, and that's kind of my objective, is to make like a pleasant little space for the player to stumble upon and explore. For some of these spaces, I've added a light source. So I'll do that here. We're gonna make it flicker. We're gonna have it have a 3 tile radius and have a brightness of 64. So even if there's no light or torches, this light will just be there. It'll be like a divine light. It's just on. I like it. Yeah, it's a room within a room. That's what I was trying to explain earlier, where this used to be one room that always had a castle inside of it, and now I've replaced it with the moat, and then one of the rooms that can spawn on the moat is the castle, but then there's going to be a lot of other possibilities of what could spawn here. So far we have the castle, the goblin village, and now the forest grotto with the fountain. Okay, I'm actually excited about this. On the corners of the map, I can actually put some pillars. You know what? Let's not put pillars here. Let's save that for a different style of map. Map D. This one I'll make like a Greek style area. How did you make that light appear from the heavens? Light itself now bends to my will. Okay, let's get some, what kind of like, okay, so you come down the bridge and you enter this. And what would be here? I don't know. I don't know. I would like a statue to be here. And in theory, I could put it here, but I don't think there's enough context to justify it, you know? Good place for monks to do their thinking. Yeah, I agree with that. That's okay. Yeah, don't sweat it. I could put a campfire on the end here. And then like or zealots to their fanaticism. Yeah, maybe. Ever wondered why Zealots in Heroes 3 have glowing faces? Monks just have hooded faces, but what's so special about Zealots? I couldn't tell ya. Zeal is one of those things that gets, you know, let's say mystified. Mythology gets attached to it, so I guess all I can say is that it's a justification for sort of the amazing result of people who undertake zeal. But do you have an answer you prefer? I'm actually gonna... Of course you do. Okay. I wonder if this would look cool with like a brick road. Like that. I almost never use these bricks as floors, but in this context it just feels right. Tempted to like build a wall here and then like put a gobbo face atop it like that. Something like that. I like that. So I'm tempted to do another script where, like, let's get rid of this. We don't need that to be so wide. I'm tempted to do another script where if you take this gold, then like a monster spawns or something. But let's not. We can just leave it as is. Monsters will be in here procedurally. It's fine. They'll just be wandering around. Yeah, this feels way. You know, this is really cool. It feels way different than the castle that always spawns here, and that's a pretty rare spawn anyway because the room is so big. But now it'll feel, you know, even more special because there'll be so many more possibilities of what could spawn here. Not too much free XP, yeah, right? Okay, and then let's just do that. Okay, so then we're gonna do map E. So, there's a lot of possibilities for what I could do here. Build some pillars and boom, you pick up gold. Okay, so we've got a village, we've got sort of this bright white temple. We have the Forest Grotto Shrine. We have the original castle. So what kind of other place would be protected by a moat? We could just do somebody's house, like a nice big human house. We could have it like well protected, and then there could be recruitable humans inside. That kind of makes sense. While I hem and haw over that, I think I'm going to take a quick break. My wife got home a little while ago. My kids are going to be home soon, so I want to hit the restroom, say hi to my wife before the chaos of the kids occurs, and I will be right back. I think a gatehouse? Okay. Yeah, I'll think about that as I'm away. Enjoy this BRB gaming screen. I'll see you all in a second. All right. So I am back. I got a snack of some super spicy chips. Hot Ones Pringles, if you're curious. I haven't really thought all that much about what I should put here. You said a gatehouse. Usually a gatehouse leads to a location. You got Coca-Cola. Congratulations. Usually, a gatehouse guards like an inner area of some kind of place. And so I've been kind of mulling over that idea and thinking about how, if it was a gatehouse, like where would it lead to? Let's look at our palette. Maybe we can be inspired by something. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense, Never mind. I could create like a little trap dungeon. I like making little challenge rooms, and this is a big enough thing that I could fit one in here. People from Kazakhstan are importing. That's interesting to know. You know what? I think I'm gonna make a hedge mage. I like a hedge maze. So I have maybe 2 other small hedge mazes, and this would be the biggest of the group thus far. I think if any place is going to have hedge mazes, it should be the swamps. Yeah, let's start there. That's fine. Let's see what kind of space we have to work with. So I don't have a ton of space to work with, so creating something with like a lot of different paths just unfortunately isn't really possible. Yeah. More interesting if there's variation to it. Yeah, I understand. Like, I could go in and for every place where I'm using a hedge maze, I could do like 3 or 4 so that the maze is usually different. I can't do like a map within a map within a map so that just the hedge maze is different every time. But I can make multiple hedge mazes. The only thing to worry about with that is that it would mean that the hedge mazes are more common because every time. So if I have 5 variants, then each one has like a 20% chance to spawn. And if one of them's a hedge maze, that means 20% of the time it's a hedge maze. But if there's 8 variants and 4 of them are hedge mazes, that means half the time they're going to be hedge mazes. So I just have to be careful with thinking about that. A Matryoshka maze? I see what you're saying. That's really funny. Another thing I could do to add a little more space to this is put some pillars on the edge here so that there's another little turn here. I could add a little space by having a pillar here. To Matryoshka. I bought a Matryoshka doll when I visited Belarus. I still haven't. My youngest child loves it. I'm not a huge fan of how this is going. Let's go ahead and just add walls to all the sides of this so that we can take advantage of more. I mean, I'll delete what we don't need later, but it'll help me think outside the box a little bit in terms of what the maze looks like if I have one more square to work with on all sides. So too little space. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about this. It's hard to make that little maze look clear. Yeah, I agree. I might have to settle for a much simpler maze because I don't really want to look... I don't really want it to... Well, I don't know. I guess if I just made all these hedges on the outside, it would be okay. Something like that. Okay, so let's see what this feels like from the start. Okay, so you go in and there's no left turn, so you turn right. And okay, that's a good dead end here. All right, another good dead end. Another good dead end, and then finally we're at the prize. Okay, I'm happy with this. I'm happy with it. E, okay. All right, so now I'm gonna decorate it a bit. So we'll put a full-size tree here and here and here and here and here. Here and here. Okay. Maybe we'll. That's fine. Let's do one here and here. This tutorial of how to make a map. Yeah, it is kind of well, that's one of the things I was hoping that people would get out of me doing dev streams, is that it might inspire some more modding or something like that. So whatever inspiration you get out of it is my absolute pleasure. You know what I mean? Okay, so we've made this even more chaotic by having different kinds of plants. You know, we've got big leafy hedges, we've got tall trees, we've got short trees. I think this is the right way. All right, we've reached the end. So we'll put a treasure box here. What kind of treasure do we want? I mean, we could have it be random, but it'd be better if it was, if we know what kind of prize, that there's going to be a prize in here. I'm tempted to make it magical stuff. Or jewelry. Let's do jewelry. I don't know. Maybe jewelry isn't as cool as magical. Or potions. Let's do magical. We'll see how that tests. One of the things I can do is I can make the I can give it a gate and then put slimes in it. Actually, it doesn't even need a gate. I can put water here. That's cool ink. So if I put water here, that means if I put monsters in the maze, they can't get out. And I actually like hiding slimes in these mazes. I mean, I could hide a ghoul in here too. Well, ghouls are really noisy. Let's hide slimes. Oh, that's nice. Ah. Let's hide slimes in the maze. We'll put slimes in the dead ends. Put gold here and here. Put an item up here. I have 3 dead ends on the right and 1 on the left, so let's do something like this. You think skeletons would look better? I wouldn't mind doing skeletons. They're quiet like slimes are. I kind of like the idea of skeletons because it's like they got lost in the maze or something. Yeah, you said the exact same thing I was thinking. Yeah, I'll do skeletons. Why not? You can't tell me what to do, Ink. Alright, see you in a minute, Robotnik. Just like last time, I'm gonna go ahead and level up these skeletons a little bit. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Alright, slightly leveled up skeletons wander the maze. And they're guarding the dead ends, and I guess the final treasure. And the dead ends are guarding treasure as well, so. Alright, that was fun. We made a hedge maze, and from afar, it looks like a very dense little forest, which is cool, in my opinion. Not sure that I like the look of that. Yeah, let's downgrade one of these to a... Actually, let's just move that here. We'll downgrade this to a bush. There we go. So what I'm just looking at is what it looks like from other sides, so that it, still feels neat. I made the water gate. Yeah, I like it. Save. All right, next. What the heck is this? Oinang Yar. I'm gonna look that up on the internet, what that means. Okay, so this is a beautiful garden. Irish folk song about a butterfly. Oh no, it's a Uyghur song. Interesting. Okay, well, neat. Either way, it is like a swimming pool surrounded by trees and altars. And I don't think I've seen this one much. I think the obvious thing to do is to replace the interior that the trees are guarding. But I think what I should do is make sure that it always looks rather civilized. Like a deliberate garden space. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 by 5. Okay, so this is the version that has a pool in the middle. This is 20. I'm just gonna double check. I always do. Yep, it is 24. Oh, and there's actually nothing else. It's just this. Cool. All right. That was a very fast one in terms of replicating the original. So real quick, thinking about the plan. I think doing a small hut would be smart. I think having like again, another like fountain altar might be smart. Having just another tree might be smart, then maybe a campsite. I think all those are. That actually kind of accounts for all 4 that we need. Splatoon 3 is coming out tomorrow. Cool. You know what? Like, I liked the idea of Splatoon, but I never really played it. Like, I think I played a demo at PAX or something and just never played it again. Like, I'm not a hater at all. It's just like I just never got into Splatoon. My kids would like it, probably. So we'll start this one out as the campsite. It'll just be another tree in the middle and then have like a camp around it. And that'll be the first variant. Hey, what's up, Wall of Justice? I didn't expect to see you at this hour. So we're on Swamp 24 now. I may not finish all these on stream today, but I think I'll work into the night and finish them this evening, because I want to move on to playtest recording tomorrow. Kind of excited to do that. Let's have a chair and an item out here, and then a campfire. Okay. It's actually pretty dang early in the morning or pretty dang late at night, your time, depending on how you see it. Which I'm guessing means pretty dang late at night, if I know anything about Wall of Justice. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Early sleep last night? Wow, dude, I'm impressed. I mean, not that your sleep schedule's any of my business. I'm just speculating because it's fun for me. Certain world events happened at 4 a.m. Yes, they did. I did address them a bit on stream. I have more complex feelings about it than I would have maybe 15 years ago. Why don't we just put a sink here? We've done so many fountains. This is the holy revered sink in the middle of the garden. Surrounded by trees on all sides. Strawberry teapot, holy cannoli. All right, I think we're gonna make this one the hut. A nice little hut here. Maybe a recruitable human inside. No more goblin huts. Well. Alright. If we have it go all the way out to the map edges, that will be fine. It just means that it'll be up against trees. So we want it to look like a rundown hut. It's overgrown. So, Wall, did somebody wake you because of the world events that occurred? Or do you just have a sixth sense about these things and you awaken automatically to them? That's a stupid question, I know. But it was fun to ask, and that's what matters. You know what? Let's flip the side. Whatever. That's fine. Felt hungry and grabbed a banana and decided to check the weather. Yeah. I was actually watching a Barony stream when I found out. And it was a Canadian streamer, and so he said, you know what, I'm going to be a Canadian. I'm going to be a good Canadian. Let's have a moment of silence. And he just kind of sat in the dungeon and hung out for a bit. And I appreciated that. Full of fruit. What kind of fruit, buddy? What are you eating these days for fruit? Yeah, we have an opportunity to make a fireplace. I like making fireplaces at Barony. Unfortunately, the back of this one would be a mandarins. Move everything one tile forward. Also banana. Kingsfield fireplace, yeah. once again, something like that, and we can put a chair separate from the table. There we go. And we can put a human in here. Can I push a new build to dev whenever you wait until you're done editing? So if you push it while I'm editing, it can't overwrite what I'm doing because Steam won't download while the game is running. So push whenever you feel like, or at least I'm pretty sure that's how that works. I'll do a backup right now just in case. Oh, are you guys ready for a count of how many of these I've done in the swamps just in this 1 week? Holy cannoli. 141. We're not messing around, dude. It's too much? Well, I don't think so. In my opinion, the mines are way more fun because of what I've been doing. Hold on. I'm gonna artificially level up this human. Be what? 50 to 70. Level 6. There we go. We have an artificially leveled human because I don't really have another way to do that. If I just make it a human, regular human, then it'll be too low level. The humans, for some reason, they always spawn at the same level. I mean, I guess all monsters do if you use their monster sprite. If you don't use the random leveled list monsters. You know, I've actually really liked how these roofs look on human homes. Just going all the way out to the edge there. And then I'll use some decor. Like so. Here, here, and here. So from outside the house, now you're not going to see that chimney on the outside because it's going to be blocked by a tree. You know what? I'm actually not going to use this green brick. I'm going to use mossy cobblestone. That's going to look way better. It's still going to look properly overgrown, which is the objective. But it's not going to look. It's not going to clash so much with the wood. Because in my opinion, it clashes a lot with the wood. Yeah, that's way better. I mean, I don't really like the yellow logs, but because that's what all the doorways look like, I don't really feel like I have a choice. And and so it's a smaller concession to make, I would say. Man, if I could just define what door is used, that would be kind of nice, but what are you gonna do? Excuse me. All right. Yeah, the mines have over 200, like I said. Actually, let me just get a quick count for you of the mines. I mean, the one way in which it is too many is that it takes a long time to scroll through them. 216 is how many I did for the mines. Now you can subtract 30 from that if you want, because some of them are the original maps that I've just split into two. Actually, I guess you could subtract 60 of it to account for that, but it's still, I had to do that work for 60 maps, so I'm not subtracting it. All right, and then we got E. Granite E. Excuse me. Okay, so I said a hut, a little plaza, which is where we put the fountain, a campsite, and I think my fourth one was just like more forest. But I combined the forest and the campsite into like one idea, so I don't think there's anything more to do there. So we need a new idea. Looking at this, I mean, it could do like a pit. I'm not sure what a pit gets us. I'm just thinking about different kinds of gameplay features. Gosh darn it. I dropped my snackies. Excuse me 1 second. If I left the mess, I would never clean it up. Norman just sent me a private message and showed me the fireplace from Kingsfield. Yeah. Definitely got that PS1 3D modeling. If I could do more custom voxel models that I could just put everywhere, that'd be great. Unfortunately, like picking voxel models from Decor is actually kind of a pain in the neck in the level editor right now, so it might be like if I had some way to view models in editor and select from viewable models, that might make things a lot easier for me, but unfortunately I just don't have that option. And it might inspire me to make more voxel models to use as decor, like a legitimate oven or something. I could make an oven that I would use. All right, where were we? Oh, let's make a graveyard. Let's make a little graveyard. I think this is a perfect setup for a graveyard. And we won't attach any like triggers or anything to the graves. We'll just leave it up to the randomizer to decide how many of the graves spawn ghouls versus ones that don't. It's gonna look great. Oh, cool. Thanks. All right, graves. I've got to decide if I want 8 or 16 graves, or maybe I could even just do 7. I feel like 7 might be appropriate. put like a decor block to suggest like a fancier grave right here. Let's do that here as well. You've never actually played Splatoon? I don't know how somebody becomes such a big fan of something they've never played before. That's really interesting. And I don't mean anything by that. I'm just... It's very interesting. Well, the problem, Nerman, is that I need to... So this is our decor sprite. This little green thing. And the way that I pick which model I'm using is I just identify it from a number. And right now, I have no idea. Like, I typed in 1174. That's a model. I don't know what model it is. I have to go look it up. And I look it up in the list and I get the name of it, and then I can load it up in Voxel Shop to see what model it is. But so I guess what I'm trying to explain is, as a level designer, it's really hard to cross-reference. It's really time-consuming, I should say, to cross-reference what all the models are. And the more of them I make, the harder that gets. And so it actually just, the act of having to do that discourages me from doing it. You know, if that makes sense. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to open up Mine Secret. And I'm going to steal these. And this is a good example of that, right? So the reason why I opened up Mine Secret, this is the secret you guys are familiar with, is that I want to put some skulls around this graveyard. I have no idea what this skull model is, and I can't reference what that is here. There's no way for me to know what it is without looking at the models.txt file or just memorizing it. Out of 1,000 models, I'm just going to memorize all of them? Yeah, right. So instead, I pull up a level where I've already done the reference work. It's model 686 for the skeleton skull. I've already done the legwork here to identify that it needs to be offset by 4 voxels or else it will look silly. You see a humanoid skull. There you go. So now there's a... Yeah. And so it's like, the more of those I make, the more of a pain it becomes, you know, so... Hey, where's my other... There's 2 skulls in here. Oh, here we go. Okay. There we go. Now we have 2 skulls just in the graveyard. And when you click on them, it'll tell you they're humanoid skulls. Perfect. And I'm going to make the grass look a little unkempt here. It'll just add to the overall vibe of the place if it's a little overgrown. All right, patchy little graveyard here. I think I've actually incidentally gotten rid of all of the regular dirt tiles. Everything is some kind of edge. Just arranged just so. Alright. And these decor blocks now look like graves, which was the objective, so that's cool. And we'll save that as 24E. Alright. Now at most you'll be getting 5 ghouls out of this. Free XP. LOL. Alright. Alright. Swamp 24. Let's open Swamp 25. Ah, this room. Okay. So the solution for this one's kind of obvious. And that would be just replacing the interior here. Let's repaint the original real quick because we need to replace it with these doorways. Okay, this is a room with a tree in it. Now, I could do something fancy and take out the entire interior. I'm trying to think of a good reason why I shouldn't do that. Taking out the entire interior is probably wise. Gives me a lot of flexibility. It's a 4-way path, whatever way you slice it. It's just a little more work, but it gives me more freedom, so I'm gonna do it. So let's go ahead and open this. Swamp 25. Did I not save this yet? Okay, there we go. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 by 7. Swamp 25 8. Save. Alright. Swamp 25. Select. 25 8. Alright. Save. Open. Swamp 25. And I'll do a little change here. I'm going to modify these floor tiles. And then I need to create these torches. I'm actually going to... I'm going to remove these torches from the tree because like nailing the torches to the tree doesn't really make much sense. So let's just do that. We'll get a similar light effect if we do it like that. Boom. Boom, boom. Okay. Why is there so much air? That's just empty space in the texture list. Yeah, I got it, but thank you. I appreciate it. All right, now we're gonna. Da, 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 da. Okay. Variant A is done. We got a 4-way room with a tree in the middle. Alright, so there's a lot we can do with this because we've bitten off a lot, and the only thing we got to keep is 4 walls, 4 corners with holes in the middle. Well, you know what? I'm going to that and mask and mask. So that way cobblestone is never a rooftop. It should never be a rooftop. Cobblestone doesn't make sense as a rooftop unless it's like a corbelled arch or something. Alright. I mean, this could just be variant B right here, just like a literal nothing. Just a grass hangout. Just a flat freaking grass place. I don't really like that. Let's at least give it like some trees in the corner or something. Gosh, this song is cool. We have trees in 4 different states of growth. That's kind of cool, right? I guess we can make the floor over here a campsite. I mean, just like, I can never do anything like extremely simple because I always want it to be cool. Oh, I am 1 tile off. Because there's no light source in the room, I actually feel really good about putting a campfire here. It's gonna be a vibe. And campsites should always have an item with them, don't you think? It's item time. Alright. Simple room with an item in it and a light source. And some trees in the corner. Save as B. We are going to go ahead and line the floors with this. I guess we'll keep the grass and trees because I always know that there's going to be a doorway leading in here, and so if I need to make it stone, I can do that in each individual map. This is one of the few maps that has like a ring around the outside, so that's noteworthy. It makes it special, useful. All right, map C, here we come. Just to think of it, how do greens work underground? I think the implication is that this is like, you know, this is a special breed of vegetation that doesn't need sunlight, which, you know, which is like, well, why is it green? Because chlorophyll is green, and if it doesn't need sunlight, then how can it possibly survive underground? So I guess we just have to assume it's like a weird kind of plant life, like a fungus. Maybe it's more like moss than it is like grass. Because fungus doesn't need sunlight. And some funguses are green, so, you know, something like that. It might also explain why you can't eat that stuff. It's a fair question. It's a fair question for sure. Okay, so I made a pit room with bridges, and 2 of the bridges, when you walk across them, they creak. And it's 3x3, so you might actually encounter something. I think I'd actually like to put some pillars in here I could put him in the corners because there's no gameplay up there anyway. Why not? And then we can do like this. Oops. There you go. That's nice. I like that. Goblin green grass fungus, goblins is fungus confirmed. That is a, is that a Warhammer 40k reference? Because orcs are fungus in Warhammer 40k. I mean, you're not wrong. We did talk about all of those things on stream today. I proposed that possibly, maybe the goblins are green because they've been eating the green stuff. And then we talked about how maybe the green stuff is fungus. And since the goblins are green because of the green stuff, does that mean that they're fungus? Who's to say? Maybe it's like the cordyceps fungus that took over their brain. And that's why their eyes are yellow. Is because they've been possessed. Speaking of which, my favorite Pokemon is Paris. There's no good reason why I like this Pokemon as much as I do. I think I like him because he's weak. That's a terrible reason. Here, we're going to take a look at Paris. Look at him. That's Paris. He's extremely weak. If you hit him with a rock or with fire, or if you're if you hit him with flying, that's a guy, he just dies instantly. He's so stinking weak. But he's got mushrooms growing on him because he's infected with a cordyceps style fungus. And you can see he still has, you know, black pupils in his eyes, so he's still aware. But then when he digivolves, you heard me. When he digivolves, he turns into Parasect, but his eyes are all cloudy white. So this suggests that Paris has died, and the fungus is now running the show. And I think that's great. It's a very grim prospect that now Parasect is just dominated by this fungus monster. And that's amazing to me. Apparently, as I was looking this up, apparently Parasect has a mega evolution. That's kind of awesome. That's kind of cool. Zombie fungus crab. What did I miss? I don't... Oh, we were talking about whether or not the vegetation in the swamps was fungus, and if the fungus has dominated the minds of goblins, and so that led me to talk about Parasect. Although I've never seen Parasect Mega Evolution. This is pretty awesome. I don't know if this makes him fly or levitate. Flying spider fungus. Yeah, anyway. We were talking about Pokemon. But I made the second variant for this, and it is a pit room with bridges. So we can save that as variant C. And we'll, let's open up B because there's fewer... What the heck did I just do? Yeah, there's fewer things to delete. And then we're going to do D. Map attributes. D. Save as D. Alright, and I think some of the obvious things I want to do here is I want to do a multi-directional restriction here in this room. What sentence could a dev say that would trigger an entire Barony fan base? Well, we can exclude all the things that would trigger everyone, no matter if they're part of the fan base or not. I can think of a lot of things that would just trigger people, no matter what the circumstances, that I won't say. So let's omit that category. But things about Barony, like the lore or something, I could say like Herx is actually a dog. That's stupid. That's a stupid thing to say. All right, so I'm going to make these 2 L-shaped rooms that you can't access. Now, it actually means less because you can always walk around this. So it's actually not a big deal if you can't access them. But it does add variety, so let's do it. It sounds like this, the switch sound. Floor fight, let's go. Alright, we made a simple split in this room that makes it feel like two completely different rooms. There's nothing really of note in the rooms. A table on one side, a campfire on the other. And it'll make it so that if you go on the south side, you can only exit the east side, and if you go on the north side, you can only exit the west side. And, you know, but since this room has a buffer all the way around it, you'll be able to walk around it, so it's not going to prevent you from getting to anything. So in other words, basically a cosmetic difference, and that's okay. We don't care. Because how you navigate levels is all about, that's what level design is. It's fine. It's fine. Alright, then let's make an E. Let's actually put like a gate or something in this next one. Oh, and Ink threw out the incendiary idea that Orpheus and Eurydice aren't actually siblings. I mean, the fact that they call each other brother and sister, I suppose that could mean something else. Like maybe they're brother and sister in sort of a ideological way. You know, guess it's anything's possible. Relax, it was a joke. Oh, don't worry, I'm not stressed out about it. I like the thought exercise as much as you do, Ink. I'm not that easy to offend when it comes down to it, so don't sweat it, bro. Hope the split room is not going to be blocked by another thing that will spawn there. Actually, that's something we haven't done yet. Why don't we finish this version? I had an idea as I was working here that I could do like a 4 cells thing with this. No reason not to. And I can just put some ghouls or skeletons in the cells. Another theory, imps summoned by Hercs aren't imps but familiars. It's hard to know. You know, they can turn against him if you put conflict on, but I guess so can your familiars, so. Designing a map is way harder than you think about it. Not only needs to look good, it needs functionality. Yeah. I think it took me way too long in my career to discover that level design was one of my greatest passions, because I started off in the game industry as an artist, and I was always hungry to do game design, and I do love to do game systems design, you know, like balance and monetization and like all that stuff I really enjoy and I'm good at, but I never really recognized, I don't know why I didn't, but I never really did a good job recognizing the overlap between art and level design, and how, like, in order to be a great level designer, if you're not also a great artist, you end up just depending a lot on other people to do a big, important part of the job. And if you ever, and this is my 2 cents, you know, my hot take, but if you ever play a game and there seems like there's a ton of invisible walls in it, in my opinion, the reason why that happens is because the level designer and the artist are not the same person. That's my opinion on why you get a ton of, you know, invisible walls, is because the way that big game studios do level design, where the level designer and the level artist are 2 completely different dudes, is that a level designer gray boxes how the level should play, and then a completely different dude comes along and decides what it's supposed to look like. And when I'm designing levels in Barony, I'm deciding both at the same time, like, and that informs a lot about what I even choose to put in a level. Like, if I can't make it look right, I just don't do that level idea. You know what I mean? Like, if I literally can't make it look like it makes any sense, then I'm just like, I gotta change the idea. But if you have 2 completely different dudes doing the job, then, like, how do you make that call? The designer hands it off and is like, good luck. Hope you can make it look right, because that's your problem and your job. And so anyway, I probably could have saved a lot of time in my career by selling myself mostly as a level designer, rather than jumping around between art and game design, until finally landing at Turning Wheel, where I get to do basically whatever content work that I want to do. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say I wasted a lot of time, because I had a good time in the AAA game industry. It wasn't like a bad time, but I think I could have spent my years more efficiently catering to my strengths and less frustrated working with teams that didn't care what I was good at. You know what I mean? Because I just didn't have a good way to sell myself. You know, a good understanding of how to sell myself in some cases. They see a map in different perspective. Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. Okay. So what we have here is 2 levers, and the south levers open the south rooms, the north levers open the north rooms, or the north lever opens the north rooms, south lever opens the north. Blah, blah, blah. You get it. I think I'm gonna lower the ceiling here because it's gonna look bad. It's gonna be like boulders and stuff can spawn and really like mess up. Like, it's not a really fair place for boulders to spawn. So we're gonna make sure that this is a we're gonna reduce the amount of opportunities it has to do that by putting in low ceilings. It's gonna feel more claustrophobic. That's okay. We don't mind. Okay. I guess I can just like put random enemies in here. That's kind of fun. Find any other furniture or anything? We can put a chair in one of the rooms. We can put an item in one of the rooms. I've got my headphones on, so I probably can't hear it as clearly as you can, but I think my kid is just bonking around. He's 6, you know, he does whatever. Let's go ahead and put a torch just like right here. Yeah, let's move it right. Thumping, crashing, and screeching. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Screeching. Let's get a couple of cobblestones. Nerman's gone to bed. Okay. Thanks for coming to hang out, Nerman, if you, whatever. Even though you probably won't hear me say that, that's fine. Alright. Cool. Well, we did one more than necessary on this one. I like our little prison. Feels good to me. There are some other prisons that we've made in the swamps, but it's been a while, and it's okay if 2 of them spawn. Oh my golly. Okay, so we have like a swampy trees. I think I would like to keep the vibe of this one generally unchanged. And I could do like a 3x6 going down the middle that can either be, or maybe a 5x6 going down the middle. Let's say 4x6. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Would it be 4? Yeah, 4x6. And then we can replace the middle of this. These 3 trees get replaced by a pit, so we can have like a big waterfall coming down the sides. Or we can do like a covered bridge area. That is the blue cubes. I'm not sure I understand what you're saying. What blue cubes? I deleted them. Oh, okay. Those were water sprites. It used to be that you could place this, where is it? This right here. This is how you used to place water in the game. So if I placed water like right here on this grass and the player went onto the water, then they would start swimming in the grass. And that's how water worked. But now the way that water works for the game is that if it's using the water texture, then it's always water. And if it's not using the water texture, then it's never water. And now these don't do anything at all anymore. So that's why I'm deleting them every time I see them, is because they're obsolete, outdated mechanics. Good question. All right, we're gonna say, yeah. 4x6, okay. VA, okay. La 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 la. 26A, I believe this is. Okay. So we're just punching a chunk out of the center of this little swamp lake here. So now we can replace it with all sorts of simple stuff. Have you ever worked to grow a full beard? If I let it get much longer than this, it just gets really scraggly. So I keep it trimmed. And my sideburns, they tend to grow outward and get really scraggly, and they just make my face look really wide, and I don't like it. So I've never just like hid in my house for 2 months and seen if I could just like get it as big and bushy as possible to see if I groomed it, if it would look better. Because if it gets any longer than this, I just don't like how it looks on me. So that's about all I can say about that. I do like the idea of a long, luxurious beard, but I feel like my facial hair is just not made for it. Okay, so I think we'll start with the first idea we had, which was to have a pit, because that will create like a waterfall, and I think that's cool. GZ Doom Engine, there's only can be one-way wall portals. Yeah, I bet. My dad wishes he could grow a beard, but my mom would not like that. That's funny. She'd shave it off in his sleep. How cruel. How cruel. Open up a I flattened out some of the pond at the bottom and top here, which I think looks just fine. And actually, I think it would look just fine if I did this too. So let's keep that change. The pit in the middle. You know, I don't hate the idea, but now that I think about it, like, this is an isolated lake, so I have to ask the question, where would the waterfall be coming from? Like this, there isn't infinite water, so like, should I close it off? Entirely convinced by that. The portals, you can do an infinite loop one way, but if you go back, you will return quickly to the start. Yeah, that's cool. We don't really have anything like that. I mean, you could do the kinds of like trapdoors. I could put like a, you know, like a bush model or something that when you click on it, it takes you somewhere else. And so I could make something really mazy like that. but I have not done anything like that. And I think I would actually have to do it in a secret level. I don't think I could do it in a normal map chunk. Maybe with this, what I'll do is I can have like one section of water on either side so that it feels a little bit more like only a portion of the water is going into the pit. And that feels a little less goofy. Like maybe it's just barely pouring over the top and it's fed by underground springs or something. I think I feel better about that. And then we can put like just dirt tiles on the edges. Here, 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 and here. Those look kind of terrible there, actually. Let's see. Need to go. All right. Cheers, Nerman. Yeah, you're welcome. You have a good one. Thanks for tuning in. Ether Lords teleporters. 2-way or 1-way. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Barony teleporters, which are trapdoors, but they can use any model in theory. They, you know, whether they're 1-way or 2-way will depend entirely on, like, if you just put a return portal on the other side. So there's no difference between a 2-way portal and a 1-way portal in Barony. You could do either without a struggle. I think it's just going to look better if we close it off like that. I mean, we could even make some columns to help ground them. Yeah, I like that. Let's leave it like that. I think that will look appropriately like a bridge. So we got two bridges. One is narrow and covered. The other one is wide and uncovered. I think that's great. And then for the last one, we do like an island. Island situation. I guess a 2x2 would make the most sense in this context. Alright, cheers, Zink. Thanks for hanging. It's good to see you. As always. Alright, so we have a skeleton all alone on an island. Shooting. Cool, I like it. Gameplay. Okay, we made the most out of this little pond, I think. Humbly. Oh, and we got another pond, but vertical. Okay, so we may just do very similar variations here. Tell you what, I'm going to take a quick break, and I will be back in a moment. Thanks for hanging with me, and I'll see you in a bit. All right, I'm back. Let's get some work done. Sorry, I was taking care of some sound effects, like wood bridge creaking sound effects business with the homies. Okay, so we have finished some more bridges here. And just because of the nature of it, I didn't really want to do another island with a skeleton archer on it. I just didn't want to repeat the same idea all over the place. So instead, I put a trap here. So if you pass in front of this bush, you're gonna get shot at. I guess I could afford to put like a platform in front of this, so that a tinkerer could come out here and pick the trap. Couldn't hurt. Let's leave that there. Yeah, let's leave that there. Alright, saving that. And then now we are... Oh my gosh, we have another map. Oh, hold on a second. We're good. Okay, so we're going to open 28. Okay, it's just a simple wall. What I can do to this one to add some variety is I can leave, obviously the first one's going to leave the wall as is. I can make it a simple 3x3, and I can make it so the wall stays in place. I can make it so there's a gap in the wall. I can make it so there's a door in the wall. Yeah, I can put a hall. Yeah, so there's plenty I can do with this. I'm not worried about this one at all. So let's open up 28. And let's just do a new 3x3. Call this VA. Okay. And then we'll just recreate it from scratch because it's so simple. It's this. And the bottom is just some grass. With patches here and there. Go ahead and put a stripe down the middle in case somebody breaks that down. And then empty ceiling. Easy breezy. Okay, so save as. Swamp 28A. Alright. Save. Map. Attributes. B. Okay. I don't feel like I actually need a doorway in here for this to work. I mean, it's just I could put a door in it, but like this feels appropriate, all on its own. Yeah, it's fine. Save as B. Okay, I'm gonna open A real quick. I have a temptation to make these logs go out to the end here, then have like a palisade in the center, but it's not. And actually, for that gate one I just did, instead of doing those, I could just do something more like this with the with like these guys on top, like that instead. I think that's better. That way we're not repeating the same log on either side. You know what I mean? Do something like this, and then I think that makes any sense, though. I don't think that's an interesting map. Okay, let's try something else. If I did something like this instead. This is more like a little gatehouse. Kind of like how that feels. And I think we can double up here because you're not going to see this from the other side. It'll be blocked by another very similar thing. That. Okay, so we have the opening, we have this other kind of opening, and now I think we need other kinds of closed spaces so that this palisade continues to be a wall most of the time, because that's what it was designed to be. I say that, one of the things I can do is actually let's do this thing. I can have the palisade end and then have a gate here. I actually have enough room to put a lever here so that the player has to pull it to get through. So if they're on the wrong side, it means they can't get through, which means it retains its identity as a wall without taking up any more space. Let's see how that, I may end up disliking it when I see it in practice. Do the same thing on the other side, and it will. I mean, I feel like obligated to because of what happens if we don't effectively. I just did an F. And I needed to do an E. Alright, let's save that as an E. Okay, we're going to open the D, yep, which is the other facing gate. C, which is this open gate. B, which is the straight opening. A is the normal palisade wall. Okay, so the other thing we can do is just make a could make a water. Hold on a second. Okay, so with the F variant adding water here, basically it's, you can get through there, but you have to swim to do it. That's something. I need to be right back in a moment here. My son needs my help with our MAME arcade machine that my wife and I built last year. So I'll be back in a moment. Alright folks, I'm back to wreak some havoc. I think rather than continuing to make more variants for this, as fun as it is to continue thinking of more ideas, I think it might be better for me to move on to the next one, which is likely going to be the horizontal version of this. So, because I would like, it would be great if the horizontal and vertical versions of this wall had different gameplay to them. It's the kind of thing that the player's not likely to notice which version of this is being used, because that's not their problem. When you're in first person, you know, your sense of direction isn't really clear enough to understand if this is a northwest or a north-south or a west-east facing wall. You can see that on the map, but it doesn't really compute that way. So, so having the gameplay be unique between them means that, as far as the player's concerned, it feels like there's like twice as many of them. So let's go ahead, and this is exactly what I thought it would be. So let's just open up 29, Swamp 29. Okay, so VA. We're going to do 3x3, predictably. And the top has nothing. That's by design. Excuse me. And then the grass is just plain grass. That's fine. Although I am going to paint a bald spot down the middle of it just because if the player digs through there, I want there to be a little difference just because I'm picky like that. Swamp 29A, let's make sure. Save as, yes, save this one, 29A. Okay. All right. So we're gonna do a 3x3 again. Save. All right, I'm gonna save that, and I'm gonna make B. And this time, I'm going to make one that is a gate you can open from either side. Which, call me predictable, but I think that is just fine. Where's my pretty block? Pretty block. There you are. This just creates a big block. I guess I can hide gold inside of it. New builds be building. That's exciting. Thanks for the heads up, dude. We hide gold. We hide gold sometimes. Save as C. Okay, and actually, with this same format, I can do something like this and have two doors. Dink, donk, dink, donk. Let's put like one of these roofs in here. And then in the middle, we'll have I mean, is making this a room stupid? With two doors? Is that dumb? a little dumb. Feels a little dumb. It is kind of how a castle wall is, except for usually with a... it's just this palisade. And so it's sort of like a little gatehouse. Like an airlock you can get through. It would be the smallest interior in the entire game. With a door on either side. Pretty silly. I guess something else I could do is I could make the downstairs... I could make it more like a guard post where... I have an idea. Let's make it a dumb idea before we abandon it. So there could actually be an interior in here. These could be lifted or inverted gates. And then in here there's a lever to close them and a chair. Let's do it. One asymmetric door. Yes, could do. I did that kind of for the vertical one. So if you want to hide in this hole and just be stuck in a 1x1 square, you can do that. And somebody like me will come along and say, I'll allow it. You know, like all of these are up for, you know, if we try them out and they suck, we can change them. Okay. We just need one more. Kind of like this look. Okay. So, we got the hidey hole, we got a braced gate that's wider than the rest. We got the big stone pillar with the gold inside blocking the way. We've got the two-way, the gate with an opening on either side, and we have the standard wall. I mean, that's kind of, it's quite a bit of variety. 28A, again, standard wall, an opening, a long opening, an asymmetric single door, an asymmetric single door facing the other way, and then a water gap. So I guess because we've only done up to E on this one, we could do asymmetric regular doors like you proposed, Wall. And that would take us to F and then G, which is which would be cool. So it would mean there's a similar number of variants between them, which I like. Let's get some a stone path. And we'll get a regular door. Like regular doors, I haven't done any of that on these yet, so it's justifiable. Sprite. Okay, alright. I'm satisfied. Actually, I could put torches on some of these. Like this one would probably be good to have a torch on both sides. It's sort of a beacon, like an important part of the wall. This one could tolerate torches on... Well, I don't have room for them. Here, I could put a torch inside this one. It would actually look pretty cool with a torch, so let's do that. E, F. Let's go to 28A and see if there's any torch beneficiaries. This one would be good with a torch. Kind of like the idea of a torch lighting up the water here. Okay. So that actually, that takes us to 30. Wow, which is where my puzzle dungeons start. That is exciting. Okay, so we've actually done all of the base swamp maps, and all that's left are the ones that happened, that were made for Cursed Edition and beyond. I'm gonna see if I can ping my wife here and see how much time I got. I'm going to go ahead and back up my work before I close anything. And what we have now is swamp 176 levels. So we have a few levels, you might say.